Does anybody know what time it is? Does anybody really care? Anyway, I'm putting my socks on. My booties. Ooh. Super soft. Hello, 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 and welcome to another One Line of Code. I am One Line. Hey, the lighting is decent. So it is a beautiful overcast day today here in Denver, but in this window swap scene, we're seeing a beautiful sunny day in... Oh, I'm not going to be able to pronounce that correctly. Jeju Island, South Korea. Very, very nice scene of a sea or an ocean or something. Some kind of body of water. Anyway, hi, welcome in. Today is Wednesday. First day of the stream week for me. And we are just going to get right into it. How are you doing, Dukesoft? I see you over on Bitagame stream. Bitagame is a stream is over there. Okay, so this is RTRAC. We've been working on RTRAC this whole time because the sea looks sharp in Denver. It sure does. But today is very overcast. Looks like it's rainy-ish. Oh, it's so nice. Such a good mood for the day. So I got contacted by the user on, what was that, Friday stream right at the beginning, and I was working with them on what happened. How did that progress? Because I don't remember doing anything with RTRAC for a couple of days after that. Does anyone remember? I'm probably wrong with the days. I think they contacted me earlier than Friday. No, they contacted me on Friday. So on Friday, I met with them. We did some stuff with the lab data upload application, and RTRAC is a place where we're... Hello, Napalm. Aloha from Hawaii. Not fair. I mean, super nice. I am very happy for you that you get to be there. I hope you're enjoying yourself, and thank you for stopping in to say hi. So anyway, they called, or we had a call on Friday, talked about the lab data upload. They're using it and realized that there was still some work to do in other apps because they needed some records in the database to be updated, and they have an internal process for that. So they were working on doing that. He got back to me on Monday. Nope. Maybe. Possibly. Oh, yeah. He got back to me on Monday, but it was the end of my workday, so I didn't respond to him. Then, on Tuesday, we talked and found that he was still getting some record check issues. And so I did some research into that. And while I was doing the research for that, I pretty much spent all day Tuesday from when I woke up. Actually, when I woke up, I was doing DDMS from after exercise until about 12:30. And then I was like, wait a minute. So first of all, let me just show you one of the things that I had to do. So he was getting errors. Test RTRAC, which is probably what this is. Beautiful login screen. Thank you, thank you. And hello, Guacamole. Hope you're having a fantastic morning so far. Not load. Record check. So he is uploading these. They're called TRNs, transfer files. And these are using that lab data import utility. And so when we do the records check process on it, we get a whole bunch of errors and then a whole bunch of essentially warnings that all look relatively the same. And they have to do with the QC code and QC spike for specific types of records, CQC records specifically, and then archive difference. And it was like, what even do these mean? Where are these errors coming from? And so in order to find that out, I needed to do like a million billion different things, because first of all, I see the text for the error. Yes, I can search the code for that error message, which exists nowhere, which means that I should actually be looking up that error in the database. Specifically this TBL lookup errors table, which is here, view data. And if we filter, error description is this specifically. Nope. Wait, what? No, that should definitely say. Oh, duh. Wait, why are you double it? Oh, it split them all into individual search terms. What in the world? Anyway, I was doing this in SQL Server Management Studio, so it was a little bit easier. There we go. Then I find the error number. So again, I could look inside of our application for this error number, but it doesn't exist anywhere. This says find 7999, for example, and that's because it's in a stored procedure. So the next step was to find the stored procedure that error code happens in. And there's a few ways to do this, of course. What I do know is that record check button initially kicks off the stored procedure record check. View code. And if it's not in this here, in this initial one here, I would need to try to figure out which of these sub stored procedures that it calls is that error code in. So then I'm like, well, it's SQL. We should just be able to query the database, right? So what I did instead is new query. I got, who was it? Gemini, I think, to do this one. I got Gemini to write me a query to look through all of the stored procedures content and give me back the stored procedures that contain my search term. And that looks like a hot mess. Let me find it real quick. Here it is. Okay, that looks like this. Oh, right, and then I had it turn it into a stored procedure, so I could just type in the search term itself. But anyway, so what I did with long story short, what I did with the query was I said, I'm going to provide the error message itself. It's going to look up that error in the TBL lookup errors table, and then search the stored procedures for that error ID. So if I said that the error was, hopefully it's still in my clipboard. No, the thing that's in my clipboard is the stored procedure that I just copied. Special kid. 7999? No, I need the actual text. Gimme. This, and I ran this, then I would see that the stored procedure that uses this is check multiple test names, which doesn't make sense for something that says incorrect sample specific data. It's like, how would I have known? I would have went to check samples. I would have went to other stuff. So if I look at check multiple test names, view code, then I would see that error 7999 happens because, and then I would read the stored procedure itself, come up with the reasons that would cause this. And in this case, it's specifically if there is more than one combination of sample number test name for a given lab and lot. First of all, this is written terribly. Like, you could just as easily say select what is it? I mean, you're yeah. So it's not using, yes it is, it's using the TRN ID. Mother trucker. You could create a table like they're doing up here, and just do a select group by. So select, I forget how I had it written, but anyway, I wrote a select group by so that the user could run it themselves if they wanted to. Long story short, that took about an hour and a half for me to trace. And then I started on the second one, which is something like archive difference. And I did the same process. I'm like, okay, this is going faster. This is going to be easier. All I have to do is use the query that I just created. And it'll tell me what stored procedures it appears in. And I'll go and look at that stored procedure. And so this one gave me an error code of 10,000 in the record check stored procedure, which happens right here, which we don't know exactly what causes it, other than there is at least one record in TBL temp compared TRN errors for the user that's currently logged in. So what I had to do then was read through this stored procedure and this stored procedure, find out what the logic is that would cause records to show up inside. So anyway, you see where I'm going. Lots and lots of opening stored procedures that are hard to search, that are hard to debug and find out what the logic is. Then I was like, wait a minute. And this is where a lot of people might turn this off. Wait a minute. Isn't there some kind of tool that we have available to us in the modern age that will help us process large amounts of data, reason about that data, and give us information back? Yes, you guessed it. I am talking about artificial intelligence. The reason I'm talking slow is because I'm trying to clone the repo to this computer because I have not done that yet. So what I did was I created a repo, github.com, created a private repo, and the first thing that I did for it, you're going to see a lot more stuff in here right off the bat that is after a lot of work. But, oops, yeah. What I am doing is opening terminal. Oh, why are you over here? Oh my God. And I'm doing a git clone pasta. Okay. So that gave me the RTRAC DB reference, and I was like, you know, I want to get better at utilizing Copilot in VS Code. And I wasn't starting off with agents. I just wanted to use Copilot in VS Code. So when I open this in VS Code, then the only files that I gave it were the scripted stored procedures as individual files. You can see that there are a bunch of them. There's actually 222, I want to say, total. The create table scripts and the create view scripts. And finally, because the only other thing that I knew it would need access to was the list of errors. Was the list of errors. I dumped the list of errors to a CSV. Simple as that. Then I would prompt it with Copilot chat with, I am looking for the logic for this, what stored procedure emits this error or causes this error to happen. Gave it some text about it, gave it the context for the list of errors, and I did the manual lookup for which stored procedure they come from. So I also gave it the stored procedure definition, and I said, let me know if you want to see any of the other stored procedures. So when I was asking for the one that I had just finished, and again, this was like at 12:30 when I thought about this, and I'm like, I just wasted a whole morning when this thing could have done that research part for me, and then I could compile it into an email. But here's a record check, and here is the multiple test names. Or no, it wasn't the multiple test names one. It was the... Where are you? Record check. Out of breath again. It was... Oh, I just let him go from here because I wanted to know... Oh, and I was using Claude Sonnet Extended Thinking. I wanted to know if it would ask for these two stored procedure definitions, and it did. So we were working together to find out what causes this, and I gave it the intent is to provide a description to the client to let them know here are the conditions that emit this error. So I gave that to them in an email, and I said QC flag needs to be blank when blah, 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 blah. And I verified it too. So this would do the research for me, and then I could just go straight to the files, read what it said in chat, and then compare it to what I see in the actual file. And it was true. And I wrote up a little blurb to the client that said, this one is caused by this one is caused by this, here's possible fixes. It was super nice. It was very easy to do. Then one thing that I know that I want to do in RTRAC remake is to turn all of these stored procedures into C# calls, method calls. So I made a list of all of the stored procedures, and I said, go through this list and come up with an implementation plan. Don't write code. And of course, what does it do? It writes Markdown, but code in Markdown blocks. Like, don't write code. Just come up with a flippin' plan. So anyway, it documented all of the stored procedures. I just had a list of them. Documented all of the stored procedures in this table. I had to work with it a bit so that it would make sure to capture all of them. I verified that all of them were captured. Open in a new window. Can we do that? No, let's just reveal. Open. So, I worked with it. We worked together on this, and we came up with the list of stored procedures, the class that it's going to map to, the method name that it would map to within that class. And we broke it down by chunks. So we grouped related things together and put them into their own implementation plan documents. I just finished that not 10 minutes before I started the stream. And so that's what all of these are. They are individual implementation plans for each of the stored procedures. And so now, I don't know if we're going to even try to tackle this today, but if you are interested in seeing the way that I would use AI to do this, then you can definitely request that we go in this direction. But my next step would be to review the architecture because it looks a bit all over the place to me. Sometimes we have things in folders when you would expect everything else to be in folders except for the top level type things. And then other times we just have a bunch of stuff stuffed together in one file. So it's like, I would like to do a review just to make sure that all of the stored procedures that are getting converted to C# are grouped together logically. It is clean, and I would have it look closely, essentially, at validation service. It contains all of this stuff. And are we sure that all of these things should be in their own stored procedure class? Or should they be part of one of these other domains? Like, these all say check, which makes perfect sense to me. Add COC error, I guess, belongs. Add temp error. Oh, regular add error. Yeah, so I guess they belong. Get errors, delete errors. Another one would be the, what is method management? Oh, like actual method, like EPA methods and Army methods and stuff. No. Yes, this all has to do with user access. So I don't know. I mean, maybe it makes sense the way that it's structured, but I would still want to do a review before I committed to actually implementing this. So one of the things that I would like to do on stream, though, is to take this implementation plan and work with Copilot agents. So I used agents to create all of these files, to update the files and all of that stuff. Right, and then here's the master list of all of them and the decision on where to put it. Salad. So anyway, point is, we have a plan for moving forward with turning these stored procedures into a class library, essentially. So it's pretty much a repository layer for just calling the stored procedures, but all of the stored procedures are written as C# code. One of the pitfalls that I know we're going to run into is the use of entity framework. So it's already saying we're going to have a repository. And that's cool and all. But we're going to be using entity framework to do all of the database related stuff. So it's going to need to know what my DB context is for each of the databases it's going to be working with. Maybe I do let it create a repository layer, and then in that repository layer is where I put all of the entity framework stuff. Because entity framework is one of those weird things where it feels like it's a repository to begin with, but it's just a DAO, allegedly. I treat it like it's the repository. I mean, it has built-in functionality like select and add and update and delete. It blurs the lines a lot, says Guacamole. It sure does. So yeah, the place that I would like to go today, though, because I don't want to, like, again, if you're interested in seeing it, I'll do it. But I don't really want to go through the process of trying to learn, first of all, the quirks of using Claude Sonnet in Visual Studio Code, because I'm used to using Claude 3.7 Sonnet Extended Thinking in browser and giving it access to the code base. but I'm not used to using it in an agent, especially because the agent itself does not have access to Sonnet Extended Thinking. It only has access to regular Sonnet, which has its pitfalls and drawbacks as well. But I mean, they're all really cool. It's just, I feel like I struggle with explaining concisely and correctly so that when the AI interprets it, it understands what the ask is. I hope I worded that correctly. Anyway, I really do like this. I'm going to leave it open just in case we get interest in that. But for now, what we were doing in RTRAC, we're going to continue going the direction we were going, and that is finding errors that are happening because entity framework. For example, the records check thing that I just ran in the currently deployed test version, we're debugging that currently, I think. Is that what we're doing? Let's find out. And as we go along, we're probably going to find out that it's just going to be better to go ahead and pull out the stored procedures, because there are a lot of calls that are dangerous. Is dangerous the word I'm looking for? There's a certain type of query that happens. I don't know if I know how to word that. I'm not very good at wording. Let's show rather than tell. Okay, so we are in the EF records, and when we run a records check, we get an error. In our console, the error says that the SQL query could not be translated because there is a comparison that's using current culture ignore case, and in link to entities, you can't really use the dot equals dot contains with the overload of providing the culture. So that is specifically in file. TRN service, line 3429. I know. Oh, which is actually in shared helpers. Hello, TBD Gamer. Fantastic stream this morning. Oh my gosh, I love the energy on your stream today. It was great. It was very just in the pocket. So good. Shout out to TBD Gamer. He's a fantastic .NET developer who works on 2 projects. One of them is called Liquid Sky, which he was working. I keep doing that. L Sky, which he was working on today. It is a project management and planning application geared towards a better, in my opinion, approach to doing project management and planning. Better than what, you ask? Better than Jira, Azure DevOps, whatever other things you might use. As far as features, I don't know, because I don't use Jira, so I don't really know all of the features, but the organization of it looks fantastic. So that's going to be a great one. And then the other one is an open source project called developers.stream, which is a way to discover streamers or developers who stream. So if you are a developer who streams, you can sign up, add your information to the application, make yourself. Why do they always wait until like 10 minutes after I stream to email me? You can register yourself, make yourself discoverable to people that are interested in finding software developers who stream, put information about what you stream. This morning, he was just thinking about adding schedule to the app. So I would sidebar that though, TBD. it's a great idea, but put it in a work item and say this is a asking for help kind of thing when you do open source it. But for now, the basics of it would be awesome, which is here's your name, here are the platforms you stream on, and here's a description about what you stream, and here are some tags. I am really looking forward to that. Also, for people who do stream, he's going to expose an API for it that you'll be able to query. So maybe if we see someone chat and stream and you have a bot running, that bot could look up the chatter in the API service and say, are they a streamer? Have we shouted, or is this the first time we're seeing them chat? Have we shouted them out? Are they on the API on developers.stream? Oh, oh, a bug. Wasn't me. What? I have the lab code, but I still don't see the EPA method. What does that even mean? You don't have the EPA method. So this is part of my workday, so that's why I'm doing it on stream. I'm responding to an email that the client contacted me about. So you have, actually, let's create a new one. How do you create a new one? Is this a new one? I think this might be a new one. This is a new one. You can pick Eurofins now, but you can't pick the EPA method. Oh. Right. Okay. So the question is, where does RMA chain of custody get its EPA or get its methods from? You would assume that there's this global table in the environmental database called EPA methods, and they updated it to include, is this only 10,000 or 1,000 rows? We need more. Is there a way to skip and take? Whatever, just give me them all. Give me all of them. Dang it, are you sorted? No, you're by ID. Then where did she add it to? Oh, there's so much to research when it comes to anything with these apps. Okay. One of the EPA methods is 521, for example. Right, this wouldn't have it. I need to go to the actual test server. This is just a snapshot from like, what, 6 days ago now? But at least you are seeing the kind of research that I would do. And I would show this part on screen, except it has server names, login names, etc. But I'm pretty much just looking at this same table for the EPA method. Then we're going to look at the RMA chain of custody database and figure out whether there is a separate table for EPA methods there, which would be stupid. Stupid, I say. Docs much? I have, actually, about 3 times on this stream now. Even with Windows no docs. The dumbest one was when I was showing off no docs and I wasn't even opening secrets. I was just opening an app settings file. And I was like, this is what it looks like with no docs turned on. And I have these are all supposed to be templated entries So none of them are supposed to be real values. But for whatever reason, when I copy and pasted, I must have copy and pasted from user secrets because my username and password and the database server names were all there and showing. And I was like, what? What? So anyway. So it wasn't even Thindle's fault. Like before it was Thindle's fault. I blame him for a couple of them. One of the most interesting things that happens is if you have the roll up or whatever this thing is called, it will show the values in here. Even if you have the mask turned on. And then another one is when you are using the navigation mode or whatever this is called, the navigation bar, preview bar, whatever, and you hover over a section, that will also show without masking it. So that those would be interesting additions to need to make. But now you know. And knowing is Ichiji Handes. 1 o'clock. Actually, it's just Ichiji, isn't it? Okay, I'm going to see if this thing will let me add these records. That would be cool. Oh, yeah. I did say 1:30. I forgot that Handes is and a half. Okay, I'll just copy pasta. This way you can see what is... Dude. In the test database. Oh, was I in the test name field? That's probably one thing I did wrong to begin with. And if this takes me too much longer, I need to at minimum... What? Why? Why won't you let me add? Cannot insert null into ID. Shouldn't it be an auto ID? What even is that? What? What? Can I change the ID after setting it? That would be insane. What? What kind of table is this? What are the chances? No, I know what happened. So in my test database, I dropped all of the tables and then I did the data import task from the production database to the test database so that it would recreate the tables. And I bet you it didn't recreate the indexes to include the primary key. Dang it. Anyway, so that's happening here on my local dev server because why is tab being weird? Because it's exactly how I did it here. So I let the tables just auto generate, or I populated the tables from the data import process. I wonder if there is a way to script indexes and primary keys. I'm going to do that real quick. After I copy these in. These would just be easier to type in. Water. We love our water. The only thing that I should have to copy and paste would be this. So 4493, 521, this, EPA 521. Drink of water. Thank you, Dukasoft. I do love me some water. NDMA. Does anyone know what any of these analytes are? Does anyone even know the term analyte? Because I didn't until I started working with this database. It's so hard for me to say database. I say data for everything. Data. EPA 521, NDPD 14, 0. These must be control analytes. Okay, that's in there. So let's see if I can task generate scripts, indexes. I don't think you can directly generate indexes. I think you have to script the tables. That really bites. I need my foreign key constraints, my primary keys, and any indexes / unique indexes for this to work. Because if I don't, then we will have big problem. Big problem. New book. Nope. And that's not even the database that I want to do it on. I want to do it on production so that I get the actual... Oh my goodness. How do I restore primary key? And not only that, I won't be able to alter column to add a primary key with identity. I would have to create a new column. I'd have to rename the existing column, create a new column. No, even then, I'd have to create a new table. Gosh, what did I used to do? Rename the table, create a new table that has the appropriate indexes and primary key constraints and foreign key constraints. Copy the data over from with set primary key insert or whatever it's called on. Goodness, how am I supposed to fix that? I think I could do it if I dropped all of the data from the tables without needing to drop the column, re-add the column, or copy a new column, or copy to a new table. But man, the copy process is going to take at least 15 minutes. Okay, so I'm going to write him back. Interesting. I see the method in the EPA methods table, but I need to find out if chain of custody uses a different table for that picker. Okay, messaged back. just so that we have it available, let's get chain of custody open. This is crazy. I right-clicked on the taskbar on this display. It showed me the Visual Studio splash screen on this display, and then has the Visual Studio file solution picker thingy on this display. You're a little confusing. Where is la chain of la custody? Oh, okay. So 16 things that I'm trying to do at the same time. RMAED on the production database. Generate scripts. These two giving me all of the table scripts. There's schemas in this database. We definitely don't use the schemas anymore. Okay, while that's running, I'm still looking for RMA chain of custody. RMA get, RMA chain of custody. Why did that look like I just clicked on RTRAC? No, I didn't. It just looked like RTRAC Blazor. So weird. I had it on the other screen just in case secrets was open. Go over here. We're gonna need you, just not yet. Untrusted. I thought I went through and trusted all of the apps. Why didn't it give me my pop-up? Trust. Arigato. Okay, the portion of the chain of custody application that we're looking for is the one that drives this UI here. Yeah, it's definitely not showing up in here, which is kind of showing me or telling me that this methods table or the values for the methods table is being pulled from somewhere else entirely. What happens if, yeah, so we're in EF. What happens if, hello, good VJ. We choose our main lab. That lab has more. So this is telling me that there is some kind of configuration that tells us what lab has access or is certified for what method. Goodness. Why? Ooh, Good VJ says he graduated. Congratulations. Awesome. Very, very, very exciting. So what is happening next for you? What's in the cards? What's going on? Why isn't it the whole column either? Anyway, that doesn't matter. The thing that matters is trying to figure out what populates this list for the given lab. So my guess is we're going to have some kind of component that is the analysis type or even the method number component. This one I have not seen for a long time either. Looking for work at the moment, need guidance and recommendations, he says. Well, definitely keep asking. You've definitely asked here quite a few times, and I've given my thoughts. Not that they're very helpful, but you know that you have our Discord. There is nothing wrong with asking there again, even if you've done it in the past, in the pants. Components. Maybe it's in modals. Yeah, test method picker. It's got to be in here, right? Question mark? Anyone? Anyone know? Does anyone know? It's from list of values, which is probably going to be from a IDB. What are these called? IndexedDB. I'm ignoring all of these. I'm not here to try to clean up and fix the code. I mean, look at all of these green. Oh gosh, how do I fix it? Anyway, we're just looking to try to find out. Do we have a lookup store? We do have a lookup store. We have a synchronized lookup list data, which means that we should have all of our possible lookup list items here. IndexedDB, lookup items, server data. All right, and we are specifically looking for all of our method, what are you called? Method numbers. But the green squigglies, you can fix things, you can make things better. I'm not even in a branch where I'm working on the stuff that I'm currently trying to figure out. So if I start cleaning stuff there, it really should be done in a new branch. Method number. Okay. So here's all of our method number data. These should be IDs. Chuck Beasley says, that's what I use Copilot to help fix. Awesome. Awesome. It is a use case for it. I will not judge whether it is good or bad. It all depends on your success with it. And in my opinion, it depends on your success with it. If you have had good success with it, then definitely keep using it. Cursor is somewhat good as well, says Good VJ. Dang it. Is there a way to view this data? I don't think there's going to be an easy way to capture the data. What I could do is clear out the lookup list table. Not always right, but it's less brain text. That's cool. Yeah, I was mentioning earlier that I had Copilot agents come up with an implementation plan that really needs to be reviewed at the moment, but it did a pretty good job of splitting things up into domains. The application that we're mostly working with on stream is RTRAC, and that one has all of its processes and stuff that it does in stored procedures in the database. And very often when they ask me to track down what's causing a specific error for a record, and these aren't like application errors, they are validation errors. So it's not like it's supposed to crash or anything. I need to jump through hoops just to find out what error number this is and which stored procedure uses that error number. And then go and read the stored procedure, trace through about 30 other stored procedures just to find out what the issue is. So it'd be nice if it was instead of being stored procedures, just a class library that does all of this stuff. It would make it easier to debug. And I understand why they used stored procedures. Please, Mr. Magoo. I understand why they used stored procedures back in the day. They wanted to reduce the amount of deployments whenever they needed to add logic or update logic, or how this the record checks work. For example, they have their main intro stored procedure called check record, and then that can perform all sorts of record checks, and they could add as many different record checks as they wanted after establishing that main introductory. Do I still have it open? Record check. So like it'll start with this one will call, well, first of all, it'll check to see if the file name itself is, nope, it doesn't do the file name check first. It just populates the file name check. It should do the file name check first. Then it'll check all of the records, the various parts of the record that's trying to be uploaded. And each of these has the potential to call other stored procedures. So like check sample, also calls check multiple test names. And yeah, so it's a mess to try to trace where any of the errors are happening, especially since when I'm looking for an error that appears in the UI, I can't search by the string name. And it was really hard for me to search through all of the stored procedures to find text, for example. And in this case, I would need to do the lookup for what is the error number for this error message, then look in the stored procedures for anything that has that error number used, and then find out what the logic is for that thing happening, which sometimes involves going to other stored procedures, which is really annoying. So because we now have CI/CD, it's really, really easy to redeploy an app and update functionality. I would prefer to have all of these stored procedures in C# code in the C# class library. So I asked Visual Studio Code agent mode to create an implementation plan for how to turn these into a class library. And there are like 219 of the regular stored procedures and 3 or 4 satellite procedures. So that'll be fun. It's gonna be a blast. Okay, but what we're tracking down now is we got information from a user of the chain of custody app that these new EPA methods that are used by this lab didn't exist. Those got created, but they're saying that they can't pick it from the chain of custody application. I mean, I will be using EF core. It's just, I don't want to call the stored procedures, period, from code. I want them to be C# code. Because that would, like right now I'm using EF core to call them, which is not helpful for debugging purposes. But yeah, the EPA method 521 doesn't exist for lab code EF, even though we just checked and it exists in the database. I mean, convert them from SQL to C# using link to EF. I mean, it still sounds like you're saying the same thing. To me, maybe I'm slow. Yeah, but was he slow? So an example would be this check multiple lab lot. Oh, I guess this one is converted. Is it? It is. Yeah, get rid of all SQL statements. So yes, that's exactly what the goal is. So for example, checklot method was originally CSP checklot method with these parameters. And I manually went through and wrote the C# version of it using Entity Framework Core. And that was taking forever, especially with 219 different stored procedures to go through. So that's what this entire plan is about. It's how can we go from all of these stored procedures here to a C# library that uses EF Core to do the processes inside of the stored procedure. So like this insert one, this one's gonna be very easy. EF Core, create new lot prime, insert into. Yes. Yeah. So I was working in agent mode to set up all of these documents. Well, not these documents. I did this manually. To set up all of these documents. And so my next step with this, which again, I can do on stream after I answer the customer's question, is to go through and verify that the structure it's coming up with makes sense. I'm still in the planning phase. And when you think about it, we hear it often, just trying to understand the bin. Oh, curious, why swap it out instead of having your context call them? For the reasons that I said earlier, which are at the moment when they ask me. So Monday and yesterday, we're working on setting up this new lab for this system that has only been used by one lab for 15, 20 years, however long it's been. And that lab has a process of specifying this TRN file, which is in this format here. Oh, no worries. I don't mind telling again. I didn't mean to say it that way. I'm sorry. So this is the format of the file that the application is expecting. We recently created a way for other labs to be able to use this, and essentially they're like, no, we're not going to put stuff in that format. We're just going to give you a spreadsheet. You can give us some indication of what column headers and stuff you want on there, but we're really just going to give you a spreadsheet. We're not living in the 80s anymore. So open a new window. Okay, so for example, if we were going to upload a file that one of the labs gives us, this is the new process that we came up with for that new lab and any future labs, because I like to automate things. I still have a lot of automation to do on this though. But they'll provide the file however they provide it, CSV, XLSX, or XLS, or I want to support TSV and other file types, but right now it's just CSV and XLSX. They'll provide it to us, and it'll show the data to the user that's configuring this. That user will then map the columns from that incoming data to the output object type. So this portion of it is open source. It's called the data import utility. Yay! Thank you, Dukebot. The lab data import utility. But the portion of it that takes an XLSX or CSV file and turns it into a C# object after configuring how to map the values coming into output values is open source, but then the portion of it that's specific to doing it for this lab database is closed source. It's my work product. And anyway, so they do all of the configuration. After they're done configuring, they can save it. That way, the next time they upload a file that is shaped the same way, they can just reload that. That's a terrible one. Reload that configuration. There we go. and they can preview what that will look like when it gets dumped to the database. They can see if there are any configuration errors and stuff like that. So that's step one. They configure this. Then step two is they upload it. Then they go over to this application, which is the .NET Framework version of the application that was just lifted and ported over. And then they do the records check portion of it that the lab does. It times out every 15 minutes, regardless of whether you're active or not, it feels like. And then sometimes when you re-log in, you lose the button. It's crazy. Anyway, they do the records check on it. Those records check come back with specific error messages. And again, I'm going through this process just so that you can understand why I'm answering your question, why I want to go from stored procedures to C# classes. So they get this error message, and because these are people that work here at the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge, they're not people that work in the lab. It's normally people that work in the lab that would populate or do this upload process and fix any errors. But again, we only have one lab that uses this system currently. But the other lab gives us the file. We used a lab data upload process. It shows up in here as a TRN, as a transfer file, gives them errors. And so that user was like, I'm getting these errors and I'm not quite sure what they are. I'm making my best guess, but I can't tell what they are. Incorrect sample specific data, test name. That is not descriptive enough for a user to understand what they're supposed to do about this. So that's one thing. I would need to be able to update this so that it's more descriptive, and that involves either updating stored procedure. But anyway, point is, I need to figure out where this error is coming from. What conditions causes this error to happen? So the thing that I have been doing is going over to the database, doing some queries to find out what error number that is represented by, finding that error number in one of the 219 stored procedures that get called during this records check process. And if you've ever used SQL Server Management Studio or even this SQL Server Object Explorer, it's really difficult to look to do like a find everywhere, like you would do in Visual Studio, Control-Shift-F, search, and it shows you all of the matches everywhere. You do need to know a bit of SQL, which I mean I do, and I can also ask Gemini, ChatGPT, Claude, whoever, to generate the SQL for finding all of the matches for a specific thing. So like, of course, select star from TBL, look up errors, where error description is this. So I get this, I get the ID. And the reason that I need the ID is because if we look at one of the stored procedures, let's say that records check one again, then we will see that records check, when it adds errors by its error number. And this is true in all of the stored procedures. So I can't just do a search through all of the stored procedures for the text incorrect sample specific data. I have to first get the error number, then I get the whatever it's called, the stored procedures that error number appears in. And so to make it easier on myself, I did create a new stored procedure, which I haven't done on my, whatever this is called, my development database yet. So I'm going to do that real quick. Find stored procedures by error number. Script as create. Copy pasta. But anyway, let's say that I was looking for the error number that was error 10,000, which is something about archive difference. This one here. I can see here, if I read this myself, that it happens when there is at least one record retrieved from TBL temp compare TRN errors for the user. Not even for the current lab and lot number, it's for that specific user. And that's all you get. Which means that if they're doing multiple records checks and they have one that has these compare TRN errors, then all of them are going to fail. Even though, yeah, oh my gosh, it's so dirty, disgusting. Anyway, but I need to figure out how does this get populated. So then I need to go into both of these stored procedures because it looks like they both get called before this one. And I'm hoping, I'm praying very hard that these are the only two stored procedures that could possibly put an error in this TBL temp compare error, or TRN errors. But all of these stored procedures got called before this got called to begin with. So it's entirely possible that this TBL temp compare errors, Redgate SQL search, this TBL compare temp errors table could have been populated from one of these other stored procedures. And for me, it would just be so much easier if all of these stored procedures were C#. If there was a class library, a repository perchance, that had all of the logic from these stored procedures. And then if I ever needed to update it, then I would update the C# code and redeploy the app. Because it takes no time to redeploy. Granted, it takes even less time to update a stored procedure and have that be active. That happens immediately. But yeah. So that was the long version of why I would like to go from stored procedures to C# class library. And again, I really hope that it didn't come off as defensive or anything. Okay, so this was the create stored procedure, find stored procedures for error. So now I can exec, oh, what did I call it? I shouldn't have deleted it. Exec this for error message r archive difference. If I run that, then it tells me that it's in stored procedure CSP record check. And we already saw that, but it does make it a little bit easier for me to go there to be able to find what stored procedure I should be looking in to find where that message might be. I was hoping that by querying for the procedure definition, I would just be able to copy paste it and then have the stored procedure here, but it doesn't give me line breaks. And I don't understand why not. But yeah, so there are tons of approaches. Yeah, and I did that. Since I was doing that anyway, that's where I came up. Like I was thinking of doing that. That was my very first approach. Let me just create a. I went into SQL Server Management Studio, task generate scripts, give me all of the stored procedures, create stored procedure scripts. And this is what I got back. And I wanted them in individual files. I didn't want them in one big file. And I'm like, since I have that anyway, after I had been searching through them manually, little by little, to try to understand the logic, I'm like, wait a minute. We have access to AI now. AI understands how to read and explain code back to you pretty decently. So what I did was I talked with Copilot, not in agent mode, in ask mode, and I was like, can you please look through these resources? Here's my list of errors. I'm looking for what causes this specific error. And then it would do the actual tracing of here are the stored procedures that error number shows up in. This is what seems to be the cause. Then I would take that information and look at it, look at the stored procedures that it was referencing, and be like, yeah, that's what I'm seeing too. Okay. So then I went back to the email that I'm sending to the customer, and I was like, this error is caused by this. The fix is you need to put, you know what the one is for the example that I was showing? This archive difference. So again, I don't know if you can actually see this. Let me just make you speaker. The first check in this portion of the stored procedure is if there is a 1 in the file name, or sorry, if there is not a 1 in the file name. File name is something that the user specifies manually. So here it's manually typed in my lab data upload because I have not automated generating the file name using the pattern installation code, lot number, the number 1 for the first upload, and then lab code, which I didn't know needed to be a thing. I thought that the file name could just be the actual file name itself. So anyway, if there is not a 1 in the file name, then load the archive version of it, of that lab and lot combination, which is go to a table called TBL archive TRN, take all of those records that match this lab and lot, and then output it with a file name of whatever this third parameter is, which is just the lot number, which is going to be AAAA, into this temporary table that we're working from. So now we have essentially 2 copies of all of the records for that imported TRN. What happens if that fails partway through? Then that table is now showing 2 copies of records for the same lab and lot, which is not good. Exactly. Exactly. So remember, I started this process. Well, I started the conversion of these applications from JSP to .NET, and specifically in this case, going to .NET Framework 4.7.2 using MVC application type. And now we're going to Blazor. This is one of the last apps that still needs to be converted to Blazor. And it was pretty much a rush job. We had, and those of you that are tired of hearing this, I apologize. We had all of WebSphere. Files. We had all of these applications here to convert from JSP to some .NET version. And I got to choose, and at the time I was most proficient in MVC applications using .NET Framework. I wasn't familiar with .NET Core. I think .NET Core 2.0 had just come out, and I was afraid of it. So I didn't touch it. So I did everything in .NET Framework since we had all of these apps. Oh, and by the way, how fast do you think you can get this done? Looking at the workload, looking at the effort involved, I'd say about a year. They're like, really? I'm like, yeah. They're like, the previous developers said, the ones that made the JSP applications, said that it would take about 4 years. And I keep quoting it this way because I have no idea whether this is true or not, but it was 4 years per app to convert. And they had 3 developers working at the same time, so maybe each of them would take 4 years per app. Meaning they could do 3 years worth of work in, or you know what I mean, 3 apps in that amount of time. But I was like, yeah, this looks doable. A lot of the code looks, except for ArcGIS, sorry. A lot of the code looks like it's structured in a way that kind of matches the MVC pattern, where we have these kind of back-end controllers. I don't remember where the ones that are called controllers are. Oh, O'Reilly's product placement. Anyway, these are essentially like controllers or controller methods. They have a get and a post method. So do get, do post. It's going to be easy to turn these into controllers, backend controllers. I can just go through the UI, copy and paste the HTML, and then update it to use ASP controls so that it's easy to just copy over and do that way, which is what I did. And it took me 1 year to get all of the applications converted over. Within that year, we also needed to not be a data center anymore, which meant we needed to move to the cloud. So I moved everything to the cloud, set up some servers, put IIS on them so that we could just mirror exactly what we had on premise. And I wouldn't need to learn new technology on how to be an architect, the cloud architect, and I could just work with servers, which I was comfortable with doing. So converted all of them, and it was pretty much a lift and shift. Convert JSP code to C# code, move things that look like controller logic into the controllers. And yes, I did put logic in the controllers. I know better now. And got them all done. Started working on the desktop applications. And for the desktop applications, those went from VB6 to VB.NET WinForms, also in .NET Framework. And then I got to play. I learned that there's this new technology called Blazor coming out. And I'm like, oh, I want to use that so bad. It seems like a really cool way. And DDMS, one of the desktop applications, would be a very good candidate for turning into a Blazor app. So this was my very, very first attempt at converting a desktop app into a Blazor web application. That was fun. It was cool. I learned a lot. I also made a lot of mistakes, and there are still a lot of mistakes in the application. But it was still very, very good experience. And from there, I just started using Blazor for everything. And I love it. And we only have 2 apps left that are still .NET Framework applications. This is even with like a 1.5 year break from working on these apps. Okay, so I did miss quite a few messages from chat. Marcus said, seem to remember an extension in SQL Server Management Studio that could search your whole database at once, read something, and it was Redgate apparently. So I will look for that because that does sound helpful in the meantime. Let me put that search over here so that I can remember to download it. That sounds good to me. Blazor Mr. Magoo said, or you can do old school, script out everything to local disk and use search on those files. That's exactly what I did. But I did try to take it a step further by having Copilot generate an implementation plan for converting all of these into a C# class library. The other thing that I could do is just leave it like this, because right now this is essentially using RAG, and I can query these documents. I can say, here is my list of lookup errors. Can you tell me where this error originates and why it might be happening? So it's very helpful. Very easy that way. But I'd rather still have it in a C# class library, or manually look through every field. It does get quite a few things wrong. It does work. Here, I will show you. So here is how I would query for this archive difference error. No, we'll leave that one open. Actually, it doesn't need to be open. It just needs to be in its, whatever this is called, context. So if I give it, the first thing that I would do is find out what stored procedure uses this error message, because of that whole thing that I told you up front about needing to know the error number, and then the error number is the thing that tells me what stored procedure is used. So there's this record check. So I will say, here is the record check file. You can have that. And here is my list of lookup errors. You can have that. And I will say, man, typing on screen is going to be hard. Because I usually think pretty hard about how exactly, yeah, oh, thanks. Thank you, Dukazoff. I usually think pretty hard about how to word my questions so that I am getting ahead. Click on the microphone. So that I'm getting ahead of all of the pitfalls that I know it has. Oh, and in this case, I want it to be an ask, not an agent mode, because I am just going to have it look through code and not make any edits or anything like that. But yeah. I don't have it installed at the moment. I don't want to install it at the moment. I hope that's okay. But yeah. So, we are, I am in the process of responding to a customer inquiry, spelled correctly. Even though it doesn't need me to spell it correctly. Okay. They are looking for the cause of some validation errors that they are seeing in the UI for, you know what? Did I put this in a notepad? I usually put this in a notepad. Hey, Lev. Yes, I did. Wait, no, this is when I was asking it to create the class library. Dang it. Okay. So not that at the moment. Just had the best kind of meeting, a canceled one. Click the microphone, says Marcus. You've also got chat history. Oh, goodness, you're right. Not on this computer. But I do have it on the other computer, the one that I actually did this on. I need to move this over here because it covers up chat. I'm going to be looking over that way for a second. I am opening Visual Studio Code, opening the same folder, Visual Studio Code, and looking at Couplet Chat. History. Well, is history specific to agent mode? And it's not actually showing me any history. Why aren't you showing me history? It's not showing me any history. That's annoying. Okay, anyway. Maybe I just opened it from scratch. Oh, maybe when you restart. Okay, I'm sure it gets cleared. Gotcha. When they're seeing in the UI for a process called records check. The user uploads a file to the system and performs the record check function, or initiates the record check function by clicking on a button in the UI. This the application runs the record check. I guess I can now show, what did I call you? dbo.c. Actually, I didn't call it anything. No, where did that go? DBO CSP record check. Stored procedure. When the UI reports errors, it shows the error text description and sometimes additional information. The problem is that the error messages do not show up in the stored procedures. Instead, we only see the error number in the stored procedures. This makes it difficult to look up. Anyway, I read a story to it if you couldn't tell. Give it a personality at the same time, give it some context. This makes it difficult to look up the cause of the error. This is where you come in. I will provide an error message. Please use the referenced lookup errors table data in TBL lookup errors CSV to find the error number, then use the available stored procedures to find where the error is happening. I'll provide at least one of the stored procedures. It's happening. Doubtful. It's like 32,000 tokens. So Marcus said you're going to hit the maximum number of tokens soon. And that's where I think we got burned before. If you're saving stuff in Notepad, it might be worth extracting common stuff in every prompt and making a custom. Yeah, exactly. Yes, agreed with you, President. Not sure. I'll provide at least one of the stored procedures it's happening in, and it's happening in, that I have seen the error happening or showing up in. If you need access to other stored procedure files to get a clear picture. Oh, right. From here, you will determine what conditions cause the error number to get added to the TBL temp errors table. I think that's the one. And again, I think this is where maybe I use AI a little bit different than a lot of people do, where I interact with it like I'm giving it a full set of instructions as opposed to go do this without any context. So are you TBL temp errors? Yeah, TBL temp errors table. All right, if you need access to other stored procedure files to get a clear picture, the situation, please let me know and I will provide them as needed. Okay, so I'm sure it was a completely different prompt the first time I did this because I wasn't on screen and it's a lot easier for me to do it. But this is the gist of it. Here's the thing that I'm trying to do. Here's why it sucks for me to do it as a human. Here's where you excel as an AI thinking machine or whatever it is, however you want to treat your AI. And therefore it has an established context of I'm relying on you. You are good at this. Text calculator. You are good at this. So show me how good you are at this thing. And do it. 38 references. Did I change you to agent mode? How did you get access to 38 references? You're not supposed to be using any of the implementation documents. I did not provide those in your context. I have workspace in here somewhere? Oh. Yeah, when did I ask specifically about the workspace? I guess one thing that I would tell it is that it should only use the files in the stored procedures folder. Oh, right. The error is archive difference. You should only use files in the stored procedures folder. Oh crap, and the context that I gave you. See, I don't like being on camera when I'm trying to interact with this thing. Okay, so error archive difference, which is indeed error 10,000, is found in CSP record check, specifically when the file name does not have a 1 in it, which is weird. So the submitted TRN file's name doesn't contain the character 1 determined by this line. System found differences between the current submission and a previously archived version of the same lab lock combination, as described by CSP load archive and CSP compare TRNs. These differences are recorded in the TBL temp compare TRN errors table, which confirms what my research already did. So the very first one that I asked it to do was this one, so that I could confirm that it was getting the information correct that I spent 3 hours trying to research on my own. And then it said loading an archive version for comparison using this stored procedure, and then comparing the current and the one that we are trying to upload and the archived version using this procedure. And for every difference, it adds an error 10,000. So then if we take it one step further, which again, I forgot about this part too until just now, but I would have told them that the additional information in RTRAC is file name does not have a matching record in. The additional information in the UI is a message that reads this. What specifically causes this error message to show up? And again, like right now, I don't know if it loses context between messages. Sometimes it really feels like it does, but maybe it's looking for file 1 does not have a matching record in the lookup errors table. But it doesn't. Okay, good. So when CSP compare TRN's procedure identifies that your file contains one or more errors that doesn't exist in the archive version, and one or more records. I hope I said records. So essentially, file 1 is your newly submitted file, file 2 is the archive version, and there are records in file 1 that don't exist in file 2. And that's the one that would cause file 1 does not have a matching record in. And that is true, that is correct. And I verified it. I would now, at this point, if I hadn't done the work myself, I would go into CSP compare TRNs. since I am sending this information back to a customer, I would go in here and, which I did for all of the other errors, and I would find file 1 does not have a matching record in. And I can see that happening, and then I would read through all of the logic that leads up to this, which is for every single record, if there is no matching TRN name file 2, which is the imported records, then we've broken something. Anyway, there we go. And hello, total eclipse of my org. So there you go. That was just an example of running through using Copilot Chat to do the thing that took me about an hour per error message to look up. So now I feed it another error message that says, let's do the same process on cannot be blank for QC. Let's do the same process for an error cannot be blank for QC with additional information field code, field name, QC code. And if it's still using the whole workspace, then cool. I don't need to provide it any more context. You could even include the AI in the product, get someone to click error message. Yeah, that would be very cool. That'd be very, very cool. And this one should be that if the record is a QC record, then the QC code, or no, if there's a QC spike, then the QC record or QC code cannot be blank. Is that what I found out this one was? If a record is a quality control sample, likely determined by site type QC or file type CQC, the QC test code field is blank null. The validation requires that this field is populated for QC records. Cannot be blank for QC records. So this is in check sample. And he says, I want the check sample. Check sample. I said he, but it is what I meant to say. Here's the requested stored procedure file. And so I would look for error number 808. 808. Which is not in this file. Jerk. Check site type. It's actually, oh man, duh. It's in check QC, dude. It's in here. Right here. So again, the last time I would find out which stored procedure it's in and provide the stored procedure file to Copilot, and then it would ask me for further files based on that. Here's the check QC stored procedure. I think the error shows up here. Okay, so getting back to chat, Marcus said, I started using Copilot to draft emails to clients about projects I'm working on. Total Eclipse came in and said, yo, yo, yo. There's 3 of them in there. How are you? And Marcus said, you could even include the AI in the product, get someone to click the error message and get it explained. I think that would be very cool. And then Total Eclipse said, I saw that implementation where the try catch error log was sent directly to in a Copilot request, and it could then raise that exception or console log how to resolve the error. Yeah, that's kind of cool. I mean, use the tools available to you is what I'm trying to get at. Just use them responsibly. Okay, so now it found the actual thing, which is there is a QC spike greater than 0 and the QC code is blank or null. And that's where the error actually is happening. I did that on my own. And then it came up with this. This happened last time too. And I was like, where exactly did you get the descriptions for these? None of them are, or some of them are in the stored procedure. So I know where it got the codes, S, F, R, M, T, N, or D. But where did it get the descriptions? And then from that point on, I was like, only use information that you get directly from the files that are supplied to you. Don't make assumptions about what they might be. So yeah, exactly. Rip. Natural. This is actually natural spike, so it's kind of close. So spike and natural spike, I think. But yeah, anyway, it's like, don't come up with things. We want to use only the source of truth, which is the files themselves. But anyway, point is, it was successful. I got through the next 3 errors that needed to be looked up in 10 minutes, threw my fingers at the keyboard and said, I used AI to come up with this, but I also verified. So again, with my client, I'm extremely transparent about when AI is doing work, when I am doing work. So AI looked through all of the stored procedures and came up with these answers. I verified them by looking through them. Here's what's happening with each of the errors, and then I listed them off. And the possible fixes, which is add a 1 to your file name, which is really, really dumb. That gets rid of the archive difference 1. Anything that has a QC spike, verify whether or not it should have a code in QC compared to like the other lab files. Anything that, again, has a QC spike and is not file CQC. So in this case, this is file CQC, and it said QC spike must be 0. So if you think about what a spike is, you know, you've heard people say spike the punch. In this case, it is to actually add analyte to whatever kind of solution it is that you are testing. So if it's water, you're spiking it with some other kind of analyte so that you can make sure in your quality control check that there is a detection of that analyte in the amount that you put it in. In this case, this is a CQC, which is a control analyte with whatever this is called, of M, which means that it is the control, the real control, no analyte. You shouldn't detect any analyte. Therefore, QC spike should be 0. So it's like all of these things that I couldn't care less about because I'm not in the industry, but I need to know about them for the purposes of being like, here's what that means, customer. What is LIMS? Well, maybe. So Total Eclipse is asking, oh, hold up. Is this for a LIMS project? This is for Lab Information Management System. I mean, yeah, that's what RTRAC is. Yes, we can call RTRAC the Lab Information Management System. So it is a way for labs to report the amounts of analytes that are found in samples that we send to them using various test methods. And so there's a couple more moving parts than there were before. Originally, like you can tell, this app was created in like 2000 and early. 2005 was the last time this document was updated for this. This file format is still the one that I run to. You used to do some lab work. Awesome. So one of the only lab that has been uploading records to this system, which you can tell they're the only lab that has because they're the only one that shows up here, uses that format of a file when they upload. And all of their records checks, of course, cause you to have to sign back in because it's a .NET framework application that times out every 15 minutes. All of their records, I hate that that button disappears, are formatted just fine. They don't have any of the errors, none of the issues. So I'm like, user that is not a lab person, but the lab is sending their records to you, and you're using our lab data import utility to map whatever format they give you to the format that the application is expecting. Do your record check. And if there are specific errors, definitely ask me about them. I can research them. It takes me about an hour to research each one. I should get used to it, but so many other apps to think about. And they're all in stored procedures. So then I gave back the information about it. They fixed some of them already. This archive difference one should be an easy fix. All they should have to do is put a 1 in the file name, and those are fixed. The harder ones are these that have to do with the QC code being blank for records where there's a QC spike, and the QC spike not being 0 when it is the control, the actual method blank. That's what this stands for. The actual method blank version. So yeah, they now have that information. These are non-fatal, which means that if they submit justification, then the record will process. But once they're done with this, the next step that they would have to do is this chain of custody compare to make sure that the samples that we sent to the lab are the ones that are covered in this in these results. So these field IDs are not actually matching field IDs that exist in STRAC. So we asked the person that does the sample tracking application and the chain of custody application to create chain of custody records for them. Because right now the chain of custody record comes from the people that are doing the sampling, which was not us. They told me, and what we're trying to work on now, what we're finally going to get to working on, is they initially weren't able to select the lab in the chain of custody application, and now they are able to, but they cannot select the method, the EPA method. And I am doing the research to try to figure out where the EPA method comes from in this table, and it is from a list of values that we saw get stored in IndexedDB, so that it only has to query for new or updated values, which we can see last updated. So I pretty much find the max last updated for this lookup type, and I say, are there any new records since then, or any new updates since then, I should say. So I do soft deletes by setting a flag in the field. And hello, Harish. Happy Wednesday to you. And I set a last updated date, and it kind of seems like this isn't a great approach just listening in on TBD's stream. There should be some kind of version numbering stuff happening, but I don't know if I need to go that far. A last updated field is good enough, and then I can just query for where last updated is greater than the max last update for that lookup ID. Or lookup type. So that said, I need to figure out where this method number is getting populated. So you can move out of the way again. Might need to take a really quick reprieve, really quick break. But I think we can figure this out and get back to the customer relatively quickly. Man, I thought today is Tuesday. Now that you mention it, I don't know where I'm living. I don't exactly know what you mean by that, but it's Wednesday. Okay, so when we're doing the lookup list query, I'm sure there's some kind of lookup service. It's been a while since I've actually seen this code, so the upgrade. And in fact, I shouldn't even be looking at this one. I should be looking at the one that's currently deployed. Wait, this is the one that's deployed. This is not RTRAC. This is chain of custody. It's already Blazor. The upgrade for this application happened a year and a half ago. less than a year ago. Well, still, I don't remember it. Dang it. Point still stands. So shared server, services, lookups, lookup service. What do you know? I have a lookup service. And in that lookup service, we're trying to find the lookup list for method number. And that comes from RMA chain of custody analysis methods. There's another table in the database that holds the methods and method values. So this is at least 2 different tables that the methods would have needed to be added to. What is your actual table name? Are you loading or? Okay. Don't tell me I need to open the actual database project. So why wasn't this? Oh, because I selected the plural. Okay, this is 2 table VVAN M, which makes perfect sense. Makes no sense whatsoever. So this table here does not have the EPA method for 521, which is going to be this column, I hope. And then is there something that indicates what labs have access to use that method? Okay, this is distracting. I will be right back in a couple of minutes. These Berenstein Bears with me. Okay, I'm a little early. Still 30 seconds left. Whew. I'll still go back to this screen. Turn the music down. In 10 seconds. Okay, so I did the query here on screen so that you could see it, but I am querying the actual test database for that value currently. New query, select star from VVANM, where ANM code, I hope it was ANM code, equals 521 does not exist. And let me check production just to see if it got added there and I didn't copy it over. Although when I restored the database, the test database data, I restored it from production. So if it existed in production, it would exist here. You, copy goo. Query. Marcus said a million years ago, I have a chain of custody application. Had to do it converted to French in Canada. Whoa. It sounds fun. Did you have a good time doing it, at least? Okay, so it does not exist in production either. If only there was a UI way of managing EPA methods. I don't think there is. I was trying to be funny and then just do it and have this be the actual way to manage methods, but I don't think it is. 521. MAED. Oh. EPA methods table in RMAED. RMAED. Marcus says apparently oh man, I cannot parse that. Apparently that you have masculine and feminine colors. Oh, apparently they have masculine and feminine colors. French is not my strong point. Yeah, there's a lot of masculine, feminine forms of verbs, forms of words in romantic languages. Okay, 521. It has a name of this, which is GC/MS nitrosaminase or samines. Nitrosaminase? Anyway, in water. In aqueous solutions. Media would be water. Unit of measure was UGL, micrograms per liter. What would it be micrograms per gram, dude? Unknown. What does unknown mean? I have no idea what unknown XXX means. Standard code. None of these values are on here, so I really don't know what these would be. I think these are specific to, yeah, because they have certification dates, they are specific to Army methods. So I wouldn't be able to manage it in this application. Dag nabbit. It would have been nice if. Okay, so this is DDMS. No one cares about DDMS right now. So the point is that the record does not exist here in the VVA&M table. And if we were to add it to this VVA&M table in test database, RMA chain of custody. So I'm essentially in going to this table off screen because again, all of the server names, usernames, stuff like that, I want to keep hidden. And I am editing the table so that I can manually add a record for this that says 521 EPA 521 method name this. Nope, I didn't actually have it in my clipboard. My clipboard of fun. Not deleted. Last updated today. 0507. And I need an ID. This is not good. New query, select max ID from VBA&M 2163. And I think we're going to fix that right after this. I'm going to get the test databases, indexes, and stuff back up, but I want to make sure to respond to the customer right now. Okay, so I just added it to the test database, which means that if we refresh the RMA chain of custody application, that it should do a query to the server for lookups as of this. Wow, that's a terrible way that looks. 5/7/2025 at 2012. That's terrible. That's disgusting. Why would I do it that way? And we should have, oh my gosh, why don't we have any records? Did I commit? I don't think I committed. Yes, I did. That should have given us a record back. That's really annoying. (2163). No. Not me. Ooh. Yeah, it would have been right here if I got it back. Hello, Fletcher. So let's hope that your name isn't a name that I was supposed to remember to call you something different. Not in my notes. Not in my notes. But if you would like me to call you something different, then let me know and I'll try to update my notes so that I can remember to call you something different. Goodness. Why? Just why? I think we might be doing some debugging in chain of custody. And also, I need to know how this thing knows which labs are able to use that test method, because that's going to be our next issue. Okay. Excuse me. Excuse me. In your lookups, son of a piece of mess with Tekito. We're going to AI, I said AI, API lookups. The method type, the lookup type is 2097147. So chain of custody, lookup service. Actually, let's look at the controller itself so I can make sure it's calling the right endpoint. Not endpoint, service method. How do we do that? Help me, I broke apart my insides. Okay, API lookups. This is our primary get. This is going to get converted back to our lookup type, lookup list type. And the lookup list type, oh, right, is the combination of all of them. So I set this up as a flags, and therefore we can OR them together, bitwise OR them together to find out whether or not that flag exists in the list of lookup types. Okay, and then we turn that into a list of lookup types. Hold on. Excuse me. All right, so the question is that the right value for all of the lookup types? Does anyone know an easy way to know that? Can we just do, and I closed Excel. No, I didn't. Okay, so I'm just putting the list of lookups into Excel. Actually, I can do this on screen, so I don't have to narrate it, even though I'm going to narrate it at the same time. List of lookup types into Excel. I'm going to split on equal sign and comma. We're going to make the second column a number, which I guess we can do as general. And we're going to sum all of you. 2097151. 2097174. So everything but COC record. Allegedly. Okay, good. That means that method number will be in this query, which is 1024. And what if we queried it directly? This should be a get. So we should be able to look at 1024. Not only that, this really is saying lookup since today at midnight. And the record that I just created would have been today at midnight. So what if I change the minute? It's entirely possible that it updated some values that I created for today. Let's try that. Not you. Not you. Where did RTRAC go? I mean, chain of custody go? Okay, what do you say now? Yes! Woohoo! Okay, so that was my fault. It's just a matter of getting my last updated date to be the actual last updated date that is after all of the other stuff. Anyway, doesn't matter. 521. Not a thing for AR. So our next place that we need to go to is figuring out where this analysis methods dialog gets its data. Okay, so first thing for my notepad, response is that for EPA and other methods in RMA chain of custody, they must exist in VVA&M and RMA chain of custody VVA&M table. And this is where we're going to find out now. Right meow. I'm going to guess it's in this dialogues component. Yeah, isn't that where we went? Dialogues component get list, where lab code equals our picked lab code, or lab code is XX. Wait, why does this say test math? I'm in the wrong one. We should be looking for method number, not test method. What? Am I wrong? I might be wrong. Did I? Okay. That would have been bad. I'm so all over the place right now. Let's move you over here so I don't get confused anymore. We're not doing RTRAC at present. Okay, we are looking for test. Yeah, test method is a different lookup list type. Where does test method come from? Why did I close the lookup list service? Who told me I can close the lookup list service? Lookup list type, test method. How about text method? Army methods. What? That's no good. Okay, so, whoops. The test method that this dialog is using, test method picker, is using Army methods only. Which is not method number, which is not EPA methods. So maybe I'm looking in the wrong place. Pop-up picker is a base model, right? I mean a base component. No, it can be used by itself. Great. Great. And then there's a lookup list picker, which is probably a generic version as well, where you give it the list type. All right. Wonderful. Marvelous. We're going to have to go into the actual page and find out what this component is. Chain of custody record is a full component. And inside of that chain of custody record, we have the chain of custody details. Inside of that chain of custody details, we have the chain of custody analysis data. Inside of that chain of custody analysis data, we have our two columns full of analysis method number and test name. Yes. Okay. So then when we click on analysis number, we show test picker. Where are we showing test picker? Because that's just the name of the method. All right, fine. We show test picker for test method. And again, test methods do not contain EPA methods. Okay. Method. And yeah, the other thing that I'm wondering is how are you filtering out by lab code? There's a lab code field. And is that only in Army methods? No. Where is this coming from? Are you case sensitive? Jerk. Yes, there is a lab code. Okay, so if we go back to the lookup list service, excuse me, oh man, I have the best clicking ability. I don't know if you saw that, but I clicked on the smaller text every time, 3 times in a row. That's how good my aim is. Okay, so test method gives us back a test method view model by combining chain of custody bottles with Army methods which does give us back. Okay. How in the world does it get EPA for the given bottle, though? Where does bottle.epa get set? Analysis.epa selected EPA. This is in main layout? What? Oops. Where's main layout? Pop-up picker. It's probably for all of these pop-up picker things. It is. Okay, is there a value in here? How do we sampling program? How do I identify Dear Total Eclipse, how do I identify that on a chain of custody record that a sample should be tested using an EPA method? Site type. 21 days for turnaround time. Groundwater. Nothing to do with EPA in there. Goodness me. Selected EPA. Why is there a selected EPA? And what even is this? Help me. The value that's selected. Okay, got it. So this pop-up that happens here. this pop-up that happens here allegedly should include EPA methods, which is from the VVANM table, which is a thing called method number here. List type 1024, which is method numbers. And if we look at the new method that we just added, which was the last 2000 number, oops, too fast, which is this one, then we see that EPA method 521 is here. The value for the field is 521. This is not a good, this is just not a good. And what change did I make? Why do you say you have changes? I did not make any changes. Yeah. Page size, current count. Yeah, the only thing that I'm seeing is that we're getting Army methods only. And this is a left join on the bottles method number, meaning we'll get back all of the bottles, only matching methods. But how does bottle.epa get set? That's what I don't get. Analysis grouping object. Yeah, where is this field? This is the only place that I see it getting set. And that's coming from selecting something from this pop-up where EPA is not blank. But I don't understand where this list gets populated with anything from the EPA table. Where is my email? The email. I'm just typing an email, of course. But you knew that. So I'm telling them that it's been a little longer than 30 minutes. I'm having trouble tracking down where EPA methods are even able to get displayed in the chain of custody application. I see that the methods picker only pulls data from the Army chain of custody's Army methods table. And I think that's what we're seeing. So all of these test method values that we have here, actually, did I verify that? I'm pretty sure I verified it. That if, wait, what are these dashes? If we're doing a lookup from the lookups list service for the test method, that we are only getting it from the Army methods table. And that's from the lookup list service get. But then there's this get test methods, which gets it from the Army methods table as well. Why do I have this in here twice? Again, another left join. Yeah, and that's it. There's nothing using the, what was the other table called? Or not even table. The table is called VVANM. But the alias to the table, unless, is there a possibility that I have the Army methods not as a table, but as a view? No, that is not the case. Ugh. Do you have a stored procedure for getting the methods? Is it entirely possible that I converted the stored procedure to that SQL query and I left out the logic for also using the EPA methods table? Analysis methods? From bottle. I don't see any joins happening. I don't see any joins happening. Are there any subqueries? Oh, there's a subquery. Do you say VBANM anywhere? Maybe, because search doesn't actually work in this file. Army methods, Army methods, Army methods. No, no VBANM. Any other views or stored procedures? Chain of custody header. I don't think it's the header. I think it's the details. Yeah, that wouldn't have anything to do with line method from chain of custody method. Test method. This looks promising. From chain of custody method. This doesn't look promising. Oh no, what is this get columns? Oh, this must be from when we were using SQL. What was it called? SQL Web. They had a web portal so that users can run SQL queries directly on the database. That sounds like a great idea. And no, they weren't using anything like SAP products or anything, SaaS products. It was just a web portal. Type a query into a box, pick the table you want to run pick a database that you want to run the query on, and it does the query. Not dangerous at all. Okay, so get analysis methods didn't have anything to do with the EPA table, the VVA&M table. The get test method didn't have anything to do with it. This COC meth table is the actual row here. So the data from all of these values here for this sample. So where else is the method number lookup list type used? Not here. Yeah, and we would have seen it if it was only referencing this, because that would have shown up in the search results as well. Custom converter. This is just giving us our view model version, which is cool. Well, again, we would have seen it in our search results because of that. Display text, helper methods. Deserializers. Here. Yeah, in the service for when we're populating it and sending it back. Oh no. Get display text. Oh, it's so hard, especially when I have it abstracted away. So in the UI, it's probably only referencing, like in that pop-up picker, it's only referencing I lookup list type. No, not I, just regular lookup list type. Large pickers for COC record and test method. When we do test method in here, nothing special. Initialize what? We get the lookup list state. We have some callbacks. We have a reload boolean. Curless type. Yeah, so on initialize, we don't even query for the list. We just assume we have the list from where? Form types? That doesn't look right. What even is a form type? I have no idea what that is. So in the UI itself, though, nope. Lookup list type. Test method picker, which we've looked at before, and then regular lookup list picker. So test method picker was the one where wrong way, this way. Where we're using specifically the lookup list from test methods. Do I have any conversions from a method number view model to a test method view model? What was the description on you? Where did the description go? Are you specifically a iLookup? So what do you end up being? You end up being an IEnumerable of test method view models. Yeah, so there's absolutely no way that I know of that would populate or display EPA methods in this picker. And the only picker that we show that has to do with method numbers is this test method picker. So I can confidently say I don't see where the EPA methods are being used in the UI. Have you been able to pick EPA methods for other chain of custody records we send out? If so, can you give an example? Otherwise, I don't really know where else to add the EPA method 521. It's in RMAD, EPA methods. Speaking of, if we search the Army methods table itself, oh, I think we already looked for this. I was wondering if there was a EPA column in it, but there isn't. And now it's in Army chain of custody, VBA&M. Send. This is what I mean by it takes me, and maybe it's a failing on my part, but this is what I mean by it takes me like hours to research anything for these applications, specifically RTRAC and chain of custody and STRAC. There's just so many things that just aren't. They aren't good. They weren't done well to begin with. The conversion from the JSP applications to the .NET Framework version was rushed, and then the conversion from the .NET Framework to Blazor pseudo rushed. I wasn't as careful during that part as I wanted to be either. But one day we'll be able to go through all of these and clean them up. I mean, there's plenty of work to be done and plenty of me to do the work. Ugh. Dude. I don't know what that is. Okay, I need this thingy to be like over here. Dang it, I wish I could, like, I get why you need to have the server name in SQL Server Management Studio, but it would be cool if there was a view toggle where you can turn off the server name and the username. Hello, Canny Dev. The thingy is now here and not over here. The Canny thingy appears. How are ya? I'm doing well. A little confused. We're trying to track down a situation that's going on that I'm trying to figure out how things work. But shout out to Canny Dev. Canny is a fantastic creature thing, mind, body, spirit complex that is amazing, very knowledgeable, very talented, and very entertaining. So check out his stream. He does Godot. He does Twitcher, which is the name of a product that he puts out, which is a Twitch bot. I'm not doing very good with words either right now, so I apologize for not quite hyping you up as much as you should be hyped, because you are an amazing, wonderful, talented developer to watch and hang out with. Here. Yeah, I don't understand what this analysis value is supposed to be. Okay, I'm just going to use this value here. I'm going to do it like this. Analysis is this. Oh, this is too much, man. This is way too much. What are you trying to achieve? So right now we have a user that is, or we have an entire system issue thing that's going on. I don't know if you've heard in previous streams, but we are, the place I work at is the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge. We do a lot of stuff that has to do with sampling. Soil samples, water samples, air samples, biota samples. We take samples, send them off to a lab. Lab does analyses on them and sends those results back to us. The current lab that does it uses this system directly called RTRAC, which looks like it's still stuck in the early ooze, because it is. And so they upload the data, and then they, like the one lab that we have been using up until this point, uploads the data. It gets turned into this type of file called a TRN. They do records check on those files and make sure there are no errors, no inconsistencies, no sanity checks that are breaking. Then, funny you should say 20 years, because the last update date on the documentation is January of 2005. Which is exactly 20 years ago. So the thing that's happening now is that we are getting other labs to perform analyses on our samples that we're sending out. And those analyses, the results for them are getting sent back to us in a different format. And that format could be anything. It's just an Excel workbook where what we're guaranteed is that the first row is going to be a row with headers in it, and then the rest of the rows are going to be the data. So I created a tool for our users to be able to take whatever format whatever shape of document the lab gives us and map them to the shape that the application is expecting. So then they map it, they push the upload button, less guarantees for a data transfer. They push the upload button. Then whatever records are uploaded using this tool show up here just like the other lab's records. Then our users are able to run the records check process, the chain of custody check process, and stuff like that. So as you can see here, the record that got uploaded has errors. So I needed to do some research on what was causing these errors. I let them know. One of the things that is happening, and this is where all of these systems are interconnected and everything relies on everything else, circular dependencies up the woo-za. This application is expecting there to be a chain of custody record for the samples themselves. So our team that does the chain of custody, like our actual sampling team, they're the ones that create this. They're like, we're going to go out and sample this site and this site and this site, and we're going to take soil samples or water samples or whatever. They decide what type it is, which lab that they're sending it to, and then how much of those samples are they sending. So how many bottles of each of those samples are they sending? And so they could have 5 bottles for the first sample that they want to have tested for. Why are these test names not even? These aren't even test names that I recognize. Wow. I was going to say arsenic, but this is an analysis method still. Why did this pop up the analysis methods? I clicked on test name, didn't I? Why does this say analysis methods? Anyway, let's say they're testing for PCB. Oh, because it's actually the combination of test name and analysis method number. Weird. Okay, so that's good to know. So both of these open up the same pop-up dialog. It doesn't matter which one you click on. So anyway, they're testing for PCB using method number 99, and there are 5 bottles to be tested. So we pack them up, we put a secure if this is tampered with, if this is open, then the sample is compromised and you can't use it. So that's what the whole chain of custody thing is. This chain of custody document goes inside of that same sealed bag with all of the bottles, send it off to the lab. The lab is the one that opens it, verifies that they have the right number of bottles per sample. They perform the tests identified here using the methods identified here, and then they upload their results to this application. So this record needs to exist. The problem is that the people that are doing the sampling are not our sampling team. And so they're the ones that originated the chain of custody record. We don't have a version of the chain of custody record in our system. So the fix for us is to create a chain of custody record so that the tests that have to do with archive difference, anything to do with, oh, right, it's in the chain of custody record check. Anything to do with there is no matching record in STRAC. would be fixed. And that is the only chain of custody compare error that is happening. There is no record in RTRAC. That said, we've been tracking down an inquiry made by the user that says, I'm not able to pick the method number, the EPA method number 521 from this list, which is bad. Obviously, it's bad. And so what I was trying to figure out is, one, how is this list getting populated? Because we can see that there are more test names and method numbers available when we choose ARDL as the lab compared to Eurofins, EF. And two, how can we make sure that it is using EPA method numbers, which is a different table than the Army methods table, which is what it looks like it is using. It's so confusing. Anyway, so Kenny said, specific gravity. This part of soil has more gravity than normal. Absolutely. Specifically. Okay, so the thing that I'm trying to do for one is to update the record in here, in the database, what appears to be the table that has the EPA record specifically for that chain of custody application. The issue is that we're maintaining the method information in two different databases. So here's this Army methods table and this VVANM table for, I'm so blind. So this one has all of the standard Army methods, and this one has all of the standard EPA methods. Two different tables, but still the same database. But the one that we're treating as the source of truth table for what methods are available to be used is in the Army environmental database, the Army methods table, or I guess it's just called methods table here. Do you have lab? This has lab in it. There has to be something that is querying this table to find out what methods are available. This has to be the table. The problem is that there are values that don't make sense to use for EPA methods, like certification date and decertification date. There is no certification date for EPA methods. But yeah, my assumption is that it's going to need to be in here somehow, even though there is no indicator that this is an EPA method. But then the other table in here is called EPA methods. And that is the table that we did add the values that we're looking for. Dang it. Let's sort by ID descending. So it'll be at the top. Okay, so these four records here are the methods that we're looking for. Do you have anything to do with a lab? No, because they're EPA methods. It doesn't make sense to associate them with a lab. But yeah, so we will have a combination of test name and method name. So what I'm trying to do now is pretty much duplicate these these rows in the RMA chain of custody database. And we'll put last updated today, 05. I'm not going to make the same mistake I made last time. So I will update the minutes to 1202. We will add 2 more records. What did I do? Pasta, false. Are you gonna let me? Yay! Okay, okay. 2165. Actually, is it possible to do this? Change you to 21. Can I change you? Please tell me I can change you. Nope. That sucks. 2165 and just change the test name. Can we do that? Provided none of these are actually changing either. Yes, we can do that. The row values updated or deleted either do not make the row unique or they alter multiple rows. And this one alters 2 rows, allegedly. Wait, can I copy this first and then delete? Oh my goodness. No. Oh. No, not view data, special kid. Try again. It's because you have to be on the database node. And that's the wrong database anyway. New query. Okay. Delete from VV-ANM where ID is 2164. Yeah, that sucks. Are we sure? Are we absent? Whatever. Oops. Okay, 2 rows selected. There can be only one. Once you've met one, you've met them all. ID. So I'm going to do this as SQL just because it's hopefully going to be easier. ANM code, ANM alias. Oh my gosh, I can't spell. Analysis, ANM desk, deleted, and last updated. Okay, and we're going to insert into VV-ANM these columns, values, and yes, I am inserting the ID for the test database because for whatever reason, when I copied the stuff over, it completely hosed my primary keys, my indexes is what I'm trying to say. You can, if that column is not an index column or an, you know what I'm trying to say, it's not an identity column. Thank you. So one thing that I want to do after getting this sorted out is to figure out how to add the identity attribute to that column without needing to pretty much recreate the table. In short, did I ever send the email? I did. I sent the email. Okay, and duplicate. and duplicate. So I'm doing it this way so that we can have all of the records consistent. Which I guess means that I need to delete from VVA&M, where ID is 2163. Okay, so it's gone. Insert 2163 646566. And the other thing that would be cool to have open would be the EPA methods table data. Where did that go? Hello? Did I close it? Nope. It's a nope. I think I closed it. I don't remember closing that table. Whatever. RMAD, EPA methods. Oh, speaking of though, do you guys know? Sorry, I said it the Irish John way. If you haven't checked out Thindle yet, you are definitely missing out. Thindle is a .NET developer, very expert at what he does. He's amazing. You should check out his streams. He does modernization efforts as well as just pure C#.NET development using anything from web forms all the way up through Blazor. So Thindle is saying, I checked. It seems you can't without dropping that column and creating a new one. Yeah, I was afeared of that. So I do have a stored procedure somewhere, either that or a script somewhere, that I just give it the column that I want to, the table and column that I want to change into an auto ID without losing the IDs. And it does the set identity insert on, renames the column, creates a new column with the correct name, with the correct configuration to set it to auto increment to identity. And then it copies the values over into that, and then it deletes the old column. I hadn't had to do that forever though. So I don't know where it is, and I don't even know if I'm just talking out of my anal method number. Okay, so you. I just did the same one again, didn't I? You and you. Do it. There is no column ANMALIASs. Invalid column name false. Oh, duh. This is SQL. What are you doing? Done. Copy you over to the test server. Netrunner's like, it's zero special, kid. Hello, how are you doing on this fantastic Wednesday, Netrunner? New query for RMA chain of custody. Delete from RMA COS from VVA&M, where ID equals 2163. Web from hell. Oh, that plus an index will result in the same behavior. Oh, what you can do is create a sequence that starts at the max ID +1, and then after, or alter the column to use that sequence. That wouldn't be a good thing for an existing database with 200,000 plus records. I can't alter the ID of these tables because they're kind of foreign keys for other tables, maybe, perhaps. All right, and I am gonna run this on the production database. Oh, okay. So you're essentially saying a trigger. or something. No, not a trigger, just sequence. Yeah, but point is that it's currently not a primary key, nor is it an identity. There are just no indexes on the table. So I need to get all of the indexes back, all of the foreign keys, all of the primary keys, any unique indexes, any regular indexes. And yes, I am saying indexes instead of indices because SQL Server calls them indexes when it's plural. New query. Paste you there. Good. Good. So, and I just verified, I tried to insert with ID into the production database, and the ID, it says cannot insert explicit value for identity column in table VVA&M when identity insert is set to off, which is good because now this one is weird. There are more columns in the insert statement than values specified in the values clause. Oh, duh, because I didn't delete ID. Okay, just kidding. But I blame being Swedish, and the plural form of index is index. Okay, so what we at least have so far is the EPA index is represented in the VVA&M table, as well as in the RMA environmental databases methods table, EPA methods table. But the application is still not showing us the test name method. Well, I guess, I don't know. We're going to have to find that out again. This is test. All right. So we're requerying, which should send another lookup update. And we got values back for the new values that I have added. There was an update to the existing one, 2163, and then there were additional updates. Why are there so many additional updates? How is that possible? Look at this. For whatever reason, the changes that we just made... Oh, because I was in the middle of doing that, wasn't I? Hold on. But was I doing that actually on the test server? I don't remember doing this on the test server. Blue data. Army meth, no. Yeah, I don't remember doing anything with this table. So how in the world did this thing give us EPA methods when we looked at the logic for this service? Right? I didn't actually add any records, did I? Into VVA&M. EPA methods. VVA&M. So I'm just going through all of my currently open query windows in SQL Server Management Studio, and none of them are the edit table for the Army methods table in the chain of custody database. SQL. Select all. Run. Yeah. Oh man. How in the world? Hello, Foolish Snubble. So not sure if you answered, but how are you? I said that I'm doing fantastic, just a bit confused in doing all of this research. There are so many things that all of these applications are lacking because they were just those lift and shift type of efforts that were done as quickly as possible to meet the need of removing our JSP applications and changing them to some Microsoft technology. And then I chose .NET MVC, blah, 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 blah. You know that story. But that also means that whatever issues they had when they were JSP problems got magnified when I moved them over to MVC if I somehow didn't convert the code correctly, interpret the logic correctly, or I just broke stuff. So like what I'm looking at here is the lookup list service on shared server. When we are requesting a lookup list type test method, we're only getting... Wait, is this a view? Is that what's going on? I don't know what views we have. All chain of custody, RMA, and STRAC projects. Are any of you all chain of custody? No, none of these are those. Dagnabbit. Okay, so this is a left join on COC bottles and Army methods table. We did not touch the Army methods table. We touched a table called VVA&M. Unless this actually is somehow pointing to VVA&M. It shouldn't be. No, it's pointing to the Army methods table. And analysis methods is the one that's pointing to VVA&M. But for whatever reason, we just got back records, brand new records, for the EPA whatever these are called, the EPA methods that we just added, the 4 EPA methods that we just added. And they're saying that they are for the test name list type. And if we look at this, it's not the same. This is test method. I was looking at the wrong thing the whole time. Does that mean that this pop-up is actually populated by test name? Why didn't anyone tell me? Okay. Well, first of all, let's look at lookup list service test name. I'm going to make assumptions, which of course, as you know, makes an... Okay, so this does analysis methods. What? Why does it only use the analysis methods table? Oh my goodness, this is so confusing. Anyway, let's look in the UI, in the AI. So if we change our lab to EF and we look in here, it's still not there. Does it appear for AR that seems to have access to everything? No. But they exist now in the test names table. Let's see then. Oh, that's so confusing. There needs to be some way to associate the test name with the lab code. Why aren't you expanding? Okay, so all the numbers are going to come before letters. Oops. Best name EPA 521. Oh, I'm confused. Jason serializing inherits. So fun. Every time you say EPA, I think of the Simpsons movie for some weird reason. Some weird reason. New query. Select star from VBA&M. No filters, just give me everything. Do any of you have spaces in your analysis method alias? Nothing else has spaces in the analysis method alias. Okay, so I'm going to get rid of the spaces. Update VBA&M, set VBA&M, no, sorry, an analysis alias equals analysis alias. What am I trying to do? I know how to do it in Excel. I know how to do it in C#. I don't think there's a split function in SQL, is there? I know how to do it with cursors. There is, I think. Please write a SQL statement that will update a table, VBA&M, to set its alias column, A&M alias, to its current value, will only be text after the space. It will only be one space. Yeah, so substring find, right? Not find, inster. Not inster. Maybe it is inster. Anyway, that's my best guess. Example value EPA 521. Just be 5T. One-shot examples, everyone. Use one-shot examples. Char index. That was really close. Substring requires 3 arguments of A&M alias. Duet. Why did this end up? Oh, because I have the selective here. I was like, why did this end up showing me everything? Should have only changed 4 things. And it didn't work. Why it didn't work? Did it somehow give me an ASCII character? That is not char 8? I don't know what space is. I can't think of it off the top of my head. 4 rows affected. Yeah. Wait, no. It's the final frontier. What? Why isn't this doing a thing? These are the voyages of the Starship One Lion. Its mission, to go where no developer has gone, or hopefully to go where many developers have gone before. What is happening? What is happening? Where are all of the rows that match this criteria? Why? Why do you not work? Why must you be a piece of cheese? Does anyone see what I'm doing wrong? Substring A&M alias. You know what? I'm just going to copy this whole thing like so. So it's correctly identifying these 4 records as the thing that I'm looking for. Okay, what is the difference between a duck? So I added this myself. And if we compare, I wish they would just be consistent, you know? Wouldn't it be nice if they were consistent as far as whether you're going to put the thing you're looking for first or not? Okay, so there's that. And in this database, we're going to run the same query. And in production, this still isn't going to fix anything though. Oh, and then I need last updated. Get UTC date. Oh man. It's not going to work here anymore. Dang it. And I already ran it on test. Come back to you in a second. Let's do production. Just running queries willy-nilly on production database. No one's going to miss the data when I accidentally do drop table. Okay, so this is going to be update last updated date to current date where ID is greater than or equal to 2163. Does anyone remember? Anyone at all? 2163. Okay. And the reason that I need the last updated date to be updated to the current date is because if you remember, that's what my lookup list does. My lookup logic does is it checks to see what is the most recent updated date and give me all changed records that happen after that last updated date. I'll do it live. So if we refresh again and we go into our network tab, we get nothing. Is it because I didn't actually do it on the test server yet? It would be nice if there was a way to manage the EPA methods from the UI of one of these applications that uses EPA methods, wouldn't it? Why is it still empty? Sour cream and tacos is what we're going to have for dinner today. Oh, I told you I was going to mess up and do stuff on the production database. I didn't actually run that query on the test server. Again, please. There we go. Okay, so we got responses, we got results, we got things to do. Good. And how does this happen though? Like the weird thing is that we know for certain that this thing gets populated. Do we know for certain? I don't know anything for certain anymore. Actually, I should say that I never knew anything for certain. But I know even less for certain now. That was the pop-up picker. Actually, let's just trace this again. One more time. The entire chain of custody record UI is everything you see here. We're looking for the analysis section. So that's going to be in the chain of custody details, which is everything from here down. And we have two sections. We have the analysis type, the analysis type section, which is everything you see that the light doesn't touch. So everywhere that gets highlighted when I move my mouse cursor here. This is all the analysis data. Then the sample type, which is all of these sections up to the number of containers. And inside of there, we have the header items. So these two things are these two divs. And when you click, we will show test picker. They do exactly the same thing regardless of which one you click on. So we will show the test picker. And what the test picker does is that it shows us the pop-up picker with the list type of test method. Yes. So when we do that, we set the list type, we set the show to true, and the pop-up picker is specifically on main layout. And we have the pop-up picker params. And then we have show that gets set to true. Okay, so when we show this, then we have access to our lookup list state, which has our list of items for the given type. Pop-up, I couldn't even say the first word. Pop-up picker param picked param pickled peppers. Wait, pickled pickles. My bad. I assumed peppers. I was wrong. Okay, so we don't do any of the we don't do anything that has to do with go to the server and get the list of items. There's nothing in here that tells the lookup list state to refresh the items, to check for any new items, updated items, etc. You assumed a logical continuation. Did I though? I did. The answer is yes. Yes, I did. Okay, so we know that we're using test method. We have a test method picker. Test method picker is the thing that should give us all of our test methods for the given lab. And when it does that, it uses test method. When we went to look this up in state, we saw that it actually, you know what we didn't check? If we are specifically choosing test method, oh yeah, we're getting list of values here. We try getting it from the index DB first. Oh, first we fetch changes async, which is get server changes. This is all code from like 1984. I don't remember, or I don't know if you remember when Steve Sanderson first put out the car checker sample for Blazor that used IndexedDB as the offline data store. It was when they were showing the PWA aspects of Blazor WebAssembly, and they were experimenting with it. That's where the majority of that code came from. That was a million billion years ago. But Reg is here, doing the thing with the stuff once in a while. Once in a while. And Thindle said, you expected me to make sense, and that was your error. Not an error. No, definitely not an error. I don't see it as an error. Yeah, and then the synchronized lookup list is get list of values modified since the most recent updated date for that specific value. A specific lookup list type. And in this case, we're only looking for the one list, which we should see again. If I click here, we should see a lookups for only 2622144. Liku? Oh, it doesn't even do that because it's not syncing. Was that really false? Yes, sorry. It does not synchronize. It only uses our local list. Okay. I see. So we still do this, and we get the list of test name view models or test method view models from the store, which means that we're still working with test method view models the whole way up back to test method picker, test method view models. So there's still nothing that's using the EPA table or the VVA&M table or the test names view model. So what we might try is var EPA methods equals await lookup list state analysis methods. So this is like just totally messed up because method number doesn't mean anything. This could be Army methods or this could be EPA methods. But we now know that this is specifically, at least according to the lookup list service, this is specifically the analysis methods table, which is where the EPA methods go. How in the world are we supposed to show the EPA methods in the chain of custody record? I really hope he does write back to me and let me know if there was ever a chain of custody. He did write back 9 minutes ago. We do have several EPA methods currently available on the list. The screenshot below shows a couple, and he forgot to attach the screenshot. 8260, 8270, and how they appear in the methods list. Okay, so 8260 and 8270 are EPA methods. Thank you so much for the raid, Tomate. Welcome in. You've caught me in the middle of thinking, which doesn't happen too often. Canny's in with the raid too. Hello, Canny. As if you do not know Tomate's a lot. Shout out to Tomate's a lot. Did I spell it correctly? You definitely need to check him out. Amazing developer. Hello, Darth. I've seen you around. How have you been? How are you doing? And thank you so much for the follow. So I am one line. Oh yeah, of course. Definitely let us know what you were doing during your stream, Tomate. I am One Lion. For those of you that are new here, I'm a .NET developer doing my day job on stream. So I am doing actual client product work on stream. And what you see currently on screen is a chain of custody application. And there's this whole deal about EPA methods versus Army methods and pulling up the correct method values or selectable methods for a given lab code. Oh, and that's why it has some in there. Anyway, so I'll tell you more about this in a second. But yeah, so I work at the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge. I am a contractor that has my own company, and I am contracted directly to the prime contractor. So I'm a subcontract to the prime contract for the Rocky Mountain Arsenal, which is what it used to be called, where there was this big volatile chemical spill that happened. Lots of environmental damage had happened. They had to clean it up. And here we are, fast forward to 2025, it's all cleaned up, and we just have a whole bunch of applications that we use for monitoring, for doing soil, water, and air, and biota. Biota is like animals and fleshy bits of animals. Test for specific analytes, and analytes are chemicals, essentially. They're more than just chemicals, but you can think of them as chemicals. So we could be testing for things like mercury. We could be testing for things like arsenic. Let's see if we can, whatever this is, gravimetric oil and grease in water. 14-diox is a common one that we need to look for. I don't exactly know what it is, but I know that it's an analyte that we need to do lots of testing on. Heavy metals in the water. Testing for the titometric alkalinity. I know exactly what that is. Goodness me. Ay, Dios mío. So anyway, the thing that's happening is that we have another lab that is doing the analyses for us. We used to only use this one lab, ARDL, but now we have Eurofins also doing sampling, and then we're going to have other labs as well in the future. They're sending us results, and we are trying to use our automated systems that pretty much only work for ARDL to process their lab results as well and get them into our environmental database. But it has TT in the name. Sorry, duck and run. You don't need to duck and run, because I still know how to shoot downwards if you try to duck. What? It'd probably do you better to like bob and weave, bob and weave, bob and weave. Anyway, so Tamate said, had fun, in quotes, with UI stuff, which is really fun doing that headache driven. Oh, geez. We're going to need to do some UI stuff, if you couldn't tell. This application was converted over from a JSP application when I first started working here. I converted it from JSP to .NET Framework, did a lift and shift. So I took the application's UI directly from the UI that already existed, and I put C# and .NET code underneath. I converted all of the JSP stuff to C#. And I did that for this application, and about, I didn't actually count last time, so let's go ahead and count. Every single time I see that, I think of the O'Reilly's Auto Parts song. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 applications plus a map plugin, water.rma-cloud.com. And another shout out to Canny. Thank you so much for that Duka 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 soft, which you're going to need a shout out very, very soon. So this map right here is provided by Esri ArcGIS, and it shows the locations of all of the wells that we could possibly do water samples from. We take soil samples from anywhere in any of these quadrants on the arsenal, on the wildlife refuge. It's not an arsenal anymore. We have treatment plants on the borders and out in the city, so that we can make sure that whatever water passes through the arsenal doesn't pick up any new chemicals or analytes and stuff. And the reason that there were so many chemicals and stuff is because back in just after World War I, we were ramping up to do World War II, and they decided they wanted to create chemical weapons. Everyone decided they wanted to make chemical weapons and say, if you attack us, we're going to use these chemical weapons on you. And we needed the chemical weapons to back up the threat. So this was one of the places that it was meant that they were manufactured. Thankfully, we didn't need to use them. At least I'm told that we didn't need to use them. But we were now left with a whole bunch of chemical weapons that we needed to dismantle and safely dispose of. And safely dispose means you separate the volatile chemicals from the non-volatile chemicals, and you discard the non-volatile chemicals, and you bury the volatile chemicals in barrels underneath the arsenal where there's water streams and soil, because, you know, over time the earth would just naturally do the thing that it does and clean the chemicals after a few years. But what ended up happening instead is that this lake here became heavily contaminated. This entire network here became heavily contaminated. There were animals being born with multiple heads. There were crops and stuff from the surrounding communities dying off, and it was just a really, really bad time. People were getting very, very sick. So they cleaned it all up. They moved a whole bunch of earth somewhere else so that they could be contaminated. Moved a whole bunch of earth, and yeah, right now it is to the point where it's so clean. How clean is it? It's so clean that it is a wildlife refuge. So we have like 1,000 different species of deers, birds, some buffalo. I think they probably burned the dirt wherever it ended. It was most likely Pueblo Chemical Depot. That would be where they would have done the majority of the safe chemical disposal. So yeah, anyway, that's the story of the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge. And those are the apps that I work on. And like I said, this one is currently the chain of custody application where we take samples and we send it off to a lab. We need a chain of custody that says these samples were taken, they're in a sealed thing. We sent them to the lab, and the lab process gives us the results back. And what we're running into is that this thing is not allowing us to pick the new EPA method that we're trying to get added to the system. But we have now an example of what the EPA methods should look like. One of them is 8260. And we found out that this thing is querying, I'm saying found out a lot. We found out that this thing is querying the Army methods table in RMA chain of custody database, even though those are EPA methods, they're still allegedly in this table. But they're not. And if they are, how exactly do we know 8260? Yeah, they're not. It's got to be the chain of custody bottles table. So I was assuming that this chain of custody bottles table only contains data I am completely wrong. Oh my goodness, I see. I see water, ICP, EF underscore. Okay, so we need to populate all of this data into here as well. Once again, let's just do it as a SQL query. Okay, I'm going to be going a little overtime just to finish this out, especially since I need to respond to the client for this. But shout out to Dukasoft. Before I forget, Dukasoft is a fantastic laid-back streamer, or when he is able to stream, his streams are laid back, so chill, so cool to be at. He streams drone footage that he takes, he edits the videos and puts some music to it, and then plays it back for us on his stream. Again, when he gets the chance. It's been not great weather, and then he's been super busy with a deployment, just a lot of stuff. He has life happening too. And it's also probably pretty difficult to do for reasons. How is this record still here? But yeah, it's really great times. Follow him if you're not following. That way you can be notified when he does go live. You won't want to miss it. It's really, really cool times. All right. The thing that I'm trying to do is start a new query. And insert into COC bottle. And you will hear me say the acronym COC or spell it out chain of custody. Because of all of the stuff that the previous developers left in here as little funny things that probably tickled them, that tickle a lot of you, it just kind of annoys the poop out of me. But that's fine. That's just me. That's because I'm a prude. Lab code, methno, EPA, test name, description, bottle type. Great. So this is good. This is good. I see. Okay. The method information in that pop-up actually comes from the COC bottles table. There are a few things for the table that I don't know what they should be, but I've populated it with information for now, and we can update it with the correct values later. Okay. So something like the bottle type is one of those things that I wouldn't know what kind of bottle is supposed to be used when they are collecting samples. Is it amber glass? Is it a beaker? Is it a bag? Is it a pot? Number of bottles. Treatment. Oh, I bet you I'm going to have to add the ID again. At least in the test database, just because of the way that I had it create the tables while I was importing data instead of having it do the migration, and oof, you know. But I do know how I'm going to fix it, and I was hoping to do that during the stream, but since I'm not doing it during the stream, I will just tell you that I plan on scripting all of the tables from production, dropping all of the tables in test, and then having all of the tables recreated by running the script for create table. I would just start the migration over, but the whole reason that I needed to create the tables as I was importing the data was that the migrations are broken. So what I would need to do for the migrations is create a brand new migration from scratch, essentially for all of my databases, which I will plan on doing. Also, there's just so much to do, you know? What even are these values? Dude. Thankfully, I still have my insert query open. Oh man, I deleted it. What kind of butt kiss? Piece of fragging naggle man. Look at me. Mumble grumble cakes. Okay. So these are the records that I need to add to that table. And they are lab code. What even are these? You know what? Just know. Did you at least give me the right number of columns? That would be nice. I know. Give me some time, phone. Chill. Sure. And this is get UTC date. All right, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 columns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yay! It did give me a good amount. So EF underscore. And the reason that these lab code or these methods appear, these EPA methods, is because their lab code is XX underscore, which means that they apply to everyone, to XXV1. I created them specifically with lab code XX underscore. So I'm going to change that to XX underscore so they show up for any lab. The information I would need for each of the tests is the bottle type, number of bottles, and treatment information. And that's it. Okay. So like I said, I have to manually specify the ID for these, but when I do this in production, it's going to give me my auto IDs. Select star or select max ID from COC bottle, although it's probably called COC bottle ID or something. Nope, it's ID. 1322, which makes you 1320. Whoa, where even are my fingers? 1320. Oh, I should do them all at the same time. 1320, 3, 4, 5. Okay, you're all going to be XX. If it had one more, this might be an interesting stream. What's next? The method number is 521. The EPA method number is 521. The test names. Oh, wait, there needs to be 4. Dang it. The test names are going to be NNDMEA, NNDPA. Really? Just NNDPA? Nope, I'm missing an N. This is great doing this manually. I am having the time of my life. Only there was some way to have it where you could just interact with some kind of, easy to work with. I don't know, I would call it like a user interface, maybe. Just off the top of my head, that's the term that comes to mind. It looked like all of these had the same description, which is GCMS, nitrosamines, and water. Bottle type, I'm just going to pick the most common water bottle type. This is metals. Which one of you are for aqueous solutions? Small plastic bag for mercury. When we're sending stuff off to get tested for mercury, we put it in a small plastic bag. Here, a 1-liter glass bottle. And look at this, it's not even like consistent either. You have 1 space L glass and then you have 1 L glass. I don't like this. We'll do 1 bottle, not F1, just 1 bottle. And treatment. Treatment will be Can I keep this blank? Do you guys have blanks? They have blanks. Okay, none treatments. All right, I just tried to save. That's not gonna work. Okay, Control Shift E. We have 4 records. Do that in, which one are you? Which one are you? Test. F5, Duke of treatment. If only. Okay, what does it say? What do you say? F5. Oh, wait, no, this will work. We should get some values back. We do. Godot. This is good. And if we are in EF, we can see 521 for NDMAD, for NDPD14, for NNDMEA, for NNDNPA. My goodness. See how long that took me just to figure that mess out. I need to get better. You should be able to see the records or the options in the methods pop up now if you refresh. Okay, so we're gonna wrap up the stream there. Tomorrow we will work on getting the I need to write this down as I'm telling you so that I can remember. Add the EPA methods to the COC bottles table for the appropriate lab and test names. Okay, tomorrow we will start off the stream with restoring the, well, I'm going to show you the steps that I will have had taken by that point in time for getting all of my identities and all of my tables up to date so that I have my primary key constraints, my foreign key constraints, my indexes, all of that restored to my databases. Maybe we will go through all of the database projects and reset all of their migrations so that they all only have one migration that works the way that it's supposed to work, including having all of the stored procedures that they need in order. Oh my goodness, we're not doing that tomorrow. Not at all. Then we'll get back to RTRAC and fixing the error with submitting TRNs or doing the records check on TRNs. So restoring database identity, F key, indexes, etc. So we'll do that first. I will have that done on the test server by the time I start the stream. But again, I will go over the steps that I did on my development server, my local development server. Developmental server. Okay. So one more thing for me to do before I end the stream, which is to go into this server. Not obvious at all. And run the same query here, but without the ID. And then I can always update the treatment, bottle count, and whatever that other one was. Medium that it gets stored in. Awesome. And if they want me to have it only for the Eurofins lab. Okay. That said, I have not been lurking on anyone's stream because I was a little involved in that. We have, I mean, if you have suggestions, I will take suggestions. Preferably application developers first, game developers second, and yeah, I really only want to rate those 2 types of developers of stream content. So if you don't have a recommendation, I will pick from the 4 that I just started lurking on, that I would be normally lurking on anyway. And in fact, there's like 6 streamers that I would be lurking on, but I usually only pick 4. One Lion is on. Let's go rate him. One Lion is going to get to story writing. So I know that I have been super duper excited about music and stuff lately, but I kind of got involved in story writing, and I am just having a blast with story writing. Are you just playing a game, maybe? Oh, maybe he's playing It Takes Two, and I wanted to rate him. But again, developers are who I want to rate. So let's go raid someone who, by the sound of his stream, you wouldn't know it, but he is a very, very big Care Bear. Probably wouldn't appreciate me calling him that, but he is amazing. He's very laid back, or I can't say his stream is laid back because of the music he listens to, but he's just such a cool person. He's got a great personality. I wanted to raid you, but it takes 2. Oh, so we're going to raid out to It's Oik. One of the gentlest beings, one of the gentlest giants you will ever meet. He's awesome. Super duper cool. Super fun to hang out with. So we're going to head over to Oik. Chill with him. I'll be moving about the cabin immediately after our raid. I'll say hi to him and stuff, but that's going to be it for now. Definitely feel free to check out the VOD if you could stomach it. It'll be posted on the YouTubes after the stream, and any other VOD from our history. Check those out. We'll be back again tomorrow for a normal workday stream, working on RTRAC s'mores. Okay. What else do I normally say? Join our Discord if you feel like it. If you're not already a part of way too many Discords, our Discord is pretty quiet. So you don't have to worry about like getting bombarded. We were talking about this earlier on Big Gamey stream, but you don't have to worry about getting bombarded with everyone's and all of those types of things. But we do have a lot of really smart people there that love to help out. And if you are a smart people and want to help out, you can be there too. Or if you have questions, hop in, ask. That's it for me. Ciao for now. Enjoy your day.